I thought I'd give the no death mode a shot. So basically you have to play the game start to finish without dying. I thought it'd be quite interesting to give this a shot. I don't know if I'm going to try and get the final achievement on this, which is currently hidden. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If I can get it this run, great. But if it's going to make it harder for me to complete the game without dying, I'm obviously not going to do it. I'm going to be doing it in shorter runs. So, due to the enhanced difficulty, I'm going to be doing it in 2-hour stretches. Which means that I won't be probably as hardcore as I usually am when I'm playing random various games. So I'm going to be focusing a lot more, less talking, more playing. Just going to kill my audio output for a sec while I check something. Cool, everything looks good. I'm going to change my mic volume a little bit because I just realized how loud it actually is. Okay, there we go. That should be right. I need to be careful with my S's. I need a pop filter. If I use soft S's like that, that's much better than if I go soft S. That'll do. There should be an actual, like a pop filter built in. I bet you there's one that could buy as an add-on. I use Streamlabs OBS, so... Alrighty, let's get into it. Let's go Entomatarian this time. I actually might try plastic free. Yeah. This is my favorite part of the game. This is the funny part. It's like death is the fresh start. They literally kill you. Game over. So I have to pay for not being able to revive. God, I'm slow. Probably should have skipped the tutorial. How the fuck did that hit me? I think that might have been a death there if I wasn't careful. Okay, is there a reactor? No reactor on this? There's no reactor. Didn't even realize there were ships without reactors. Let's build up some speed on this thing. It doesn't look like it will let me. Okay, let's cut it. Still too heavy. Oh, that's why. See if it's making it that easy and give me tethers straight away. Go another light cargo, because they're simple. There are fire hazards in this one though. Still depressurized. Ooh, fuel tanks. That can kill you at lower levels. I've got to be careful. Don't suppose there's any oxygen inside. Haven't had a look yet. Doesn't look like it. The blue looks good on me. It's the perfect color for you. Sorry, I couldn't help the perfect circle reference. You're just gonna have to wait, mate. It's like, please, sir, can I have some more? Yeah, soon. Soon to go. Well, fucking hell! That was close. Cat proving that his distractions are fucking death-worthy. I think it pauses. I'll be right back. Pets are like the worst distractions ever. Especially when you've had a cat for like over 14, 15 years. Actually, I've forgotten how old he is now, but it's like 14, 15. So I hear meows, I'm like instantly distracted. I think I'm missing a light. Where did it go? Rip. That's gone a little bit too far for me to get back. Got it. Sure, next. More fuel. That's nice. Let's go ahead and Duct tape works on everything. Including headsets. I already did, I hope it doesn't bug. I think the hitbox on these isn't so good. Don't blame the tool, blame the operator. Problem is between keyboard and monitor. Oh, there is a message. Tethers? Hmm. I'm just gonna keep on doing the easy ones because there's no point going for big money when I can just do these more efficiently. Why did I send that down there? This is gonna come up fast. But careful. Oh, plushie. Auto targeting fail. Oh, it's on fire! Bear with me one sec. I suppose. Like, there's little components. It'll be fine. Pretty decent effort considering my upgrade level. Mhm. Actually, better put my vape on charge. It's going to get a bit low. Okay. Let's finish this one. On this difficulty, there's actually no incentive to get stuff like lights, because they're not worth much at all. Just leave them. Talking millions of dollars, a couple of thousand won't hurt. Oh, it's a fuel tank in there that I didn't see. I'll do it. Alright. Oh, there is an engine. Okay. Let's try and do this without killing myself. Don't I have to do the engine first? Okay, this is where it gets dangerous. My plan is to open up this side of the ship first. Disconnect all the fuel. Let's move it all the way up. Hey, Alien. I think I muted it. There you go.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I must have forgotten to unmute it.
Cleared. Rewards allocated.
It's got one of the best soundtracks out of any game. It'd be an absolute pity to not be able to hear it. So basically, I've got a couple of different plans going here. The first plan is I'm going to pop off the back. The next plan is I'm going to just pull it straight out through this wall. I think that might actually be the better plan. We'll see how we go. If I can pull it through the floor, even better. That works. Fuel's disconnected. Dump the engine. Happy days.
You're certainly picking this stuff up faster than I did back in the day. Okay, I'm gonna leave you to it till you get to the next range. Until then, remember this. Measure twice, cut once. The tethers are your friends. Good luck out there, Cutter. We were out.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Because I'm playing it on like the no life thing, I'm completely ignoring things like lights. Because all I really got to do is get to the maximum salvage goal, and if I've done that, that's all I need to do. At the end of the day, you don't get much extra money for getting all the lights and stuff. You just got to be careful not to die. You die once, it's game over. Okay, so the red gate, there's a bit of a time limit, so I'll just pause while I explain. The red gate's a furnace, the blue gate's a processor. So things that can be taken apart and reused kind of go into the processor. Things like different types of metal alloys go through the furnace because they're just like melted down and burnt into scrap. Like say aluminum or aluminium, however you pronounce it. But something like titanium would go through the processor. And then you've also got the barge, which is where you send things that like can just be, yeah. So green things are usually like something that can go on a barge. Blue's usually into the actual the processor, and red's usually into the furnace. But they are, the way that they're actually connected together, like you have to take it apart in a certain way. Sometimes there'll be like nanocarbon attached to aluminum, like welded in certain spots, and breaking it up in the right way basically lets you salvage like all of one material through one thing. which is more or less what you're trying to do. Some things are worth more than others, like say this
Salvage secured.
this crate here is worth like $60,000. So I'll salvage that, but something like that light there, it's only like $3,500.
Salvage deposit
So I won't even bother.
Credits awarded.
You got different cut points. So the ships are designed to be taken apart. They've got like structural points, and it's actually really smart when you think about it, because it's just like tanks or something like that in real life, where like something takes damage, you want to be able to repair it and fix it as soon as possible, easier. So the ships in this universe, which are all based off the Homeworld game series. I don't know if you've ever played Homeworld.
Deposit confirmed.
It's a bit of an old school RTS. So this is, you're basically playing like a ship salvager based in that universe.
Carter, you out of tether.
But it's pre-Homeworld, so it's like,
To buy some more.
it's the same universe, but it's like way before the original.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage goal achieved.
It's like around Earth, basically. And I'm just heading back to grab some more tethers, so I'll show you. I'm basically at a big space station. All the stuff I'm harvesting is going up to like be transported to be used. That's, well, that's Earth, yeah. And that green thing, that's like a big sort of space tug, I suppose.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000.
And all the expensive stuff, they'll just like transport it and move it around, you know, to where it needs to go. Basically, all I got to worry about is salvaging all this stuff without dying. It's actually very easy to die. You won't see me die in this run unless I'm very unlucky, because I'm being extremely careful. But it's extremely easy to die. If you do the wrong thing, you're dead. And it's almost immediate. Like, there's no fuck up allowed, essentially. Like, say, I'll give you a perfect example. I've got a bit of time, so I'll just do it. If I was to, like, hook onto that and pull myself towards it, so I can move fast,
Valuable object.
if I hit that, I'd die. Because I'm moving fast enough. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I bought it when it was still in early access. It's evolved a lot. The game is finished now and it's completely polished. By the way, you don't want to know what happens if you fall in one of those. If that hit me, I'd die. So, they've got kind of a vacuum. So, I'll just hold this here and leave it about there. Early game, your thrusters are actually really bad. I'll just stop that right there. See how it's going in? If I went past that line there, I'd get sucked into it. So sometimes, like, things when they're very heavy. So if I'll check behind me first.
Transferring credits.
If I try to move this and push it, it'll actually throw me away. So, like, physics-wise,
Warning. Low oxygen level.
everything's got its weights. So, like, you can see the weights listed when I'm looking at stuff. And I need air. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You run out of air, you die. Whoop. Oh, and you gotta pay for your own air. Money's not really an issue, though. There should be like a super hardcore mode where the money is an issue, but You can basically ignore money because I'm about
Oxygen levels.
$1.2 billion in debt. Basically, to work for the company, they kill you. Well, I can't. Oh shit! Here we go. They harvest your DNA so that they can make clones of you. And yeah, at the start of the game, basically. I won't ruin it. If you ever play it, you'll see what I mean. But the company that I'm working for is really super exploitative. It's like Lynx Corp. That's why the joke I've got in the description, it's like Lynx building better worlds. Because they're as bad as Weyland Yutani from like the Alien series.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Okay, so there's still a couple of things attached to this. I'll do that. Airlocks are worth it, that's like $85,000 a pop.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So every ship is like built differently. And there's dozens of different variants of like how they're constructed. So it really never gets old. Like sometimes you do the same thing if you like, especially if you're doing the same variant of ship. But taking them apart, this is the easy part. I've already taken out all the dangerous systems. So hang around for a little bit. I'll show you what it's like when you start a ship from scratch. I've nearly finished this one. Oh yeah, and crash hazard, because that thing weighs like 1 ton. So if you get caught behind that, when it hits that, you're dead.
Alright. You got 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter. Before the
Let's see how much I can get done in 5 minutes.
We were out.
Electrical hazard. That gets too close, you get shocked by electricity.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Okay, one more coupling. Just about done this, actually.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Just trying to get the last couple of valuable things. At the top of the screen, you can see sort of like a progression meter. It's like how much I've managed to salvage from the ship. This front part of the ship should put me, if I can do it in 3 minutes, I shouldn't have to come back to the ship. So it's timed. You're basically timed.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards
This
assigned.
glass is worth a little bit, so
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
it's one of the things that can kill you too if you're not careful. So I'm just speeding up a little bit so I can get it all done. Hey, we got a bunny!
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
It's a couple of nice things in here.
Credited.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Yeah, we just made the goal.
Credit applied.
Everything from here is basically icing on the cake.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Valuable objects processed.
Sweet, because I was running out of air and fuel. So, have a look at the top right hand side of the screen. Debt over 1.2 billion. I only just made 7 million. And at the end of the day, they'll pull money away from me for my continued existence as well. So, but by reaching that goal, you get sort of points to upgrade your shit. So that's, once you reach 5, you pretty much can ignore the rest of it. So that's essentially what I'm doing. Especially because if I die,
New certification level achieved.
it's basically
Upgraded.
game over, and I have to start again. It's on the hardest difficulty. Like, normal game, if you die, you just get revived. But it costs you money to get revived, but the difficulty that I've got it on at the moment, you can't die.
1. Incoming transmission waiting.
One bun! See, I grabbed that before.
Howdy, Rook. So, this can be an awkward subject, but you've
I'll
probably
quickly
noticed
grab
Lynx
myself a drink.
doesn't take great care of us. Up until maybe 100 years ago, workers like us would sometimes form these groups called unions and go toe-to-toe with the company. They'd argue for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Lynx was actually part of getting rid of them, but some of us are trying to bring them back. I can tell you're a good person and a hard worker. The company will use you up. It's just built that way. So I thought you might be interested in the Union News Group. There are new messages every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just keep it on the down low. The others don't know about it. Weaver and Dee are a bit too by the book. Kaido is just too anxious. Poor kid. But I wanted you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new. Okay, spiel over. See you in the yard, Rook. Blue out.
Mhm.
Good
Okay,
morning,
so I've been
Shipbreaker.
streaming for about 2 hours now. I reckon I can push it out to like an extra hour. Then I've got to go do real life things.
Hey, Cutter. You're gonna start getting pressurized shifts now. Lou and I will show you the
Oh,
ropes when you're ready.
now it gets fun. This is where you can really die. The game just gets harder and harder and harder. I think I died when I finished the game the first time. I think I died probably about 10 times, like throughout the course of the game, just from like silly mistakes. And not even silly mistakes, like sometimes there's nothing you can really do unless you know exactly what the right thing to do is. That's like mandatory to stop myself from getting killed. Suit integrity upgrades. And the next one will probably be audio synth, so I can hear hazards. Because there's no sound in space, right? but getting that lets you hear. It gives you like auditory feedback on things, so we'll be able to hear a lot more now. In regards to upgrades, tempted to get break, but I know I shouldn't. I need extra strength on the grapple. So that's basically gonna make it a little bit more survivable, the upgrades it just got. Because things start getting really dangerous now. As I said, starting a ship from scratch now. So it's gonna start getting tricky. So the ship that I was in before, right? You know, you're in space. It's pretty straightforward. Now, when it starts getting tricky, and I'm going to take an anti-allergy pill because my body's starting to go a little bit crazy, so I'm going to do that first. Holy shit. Yeah, sorry. I'll be right back. So, ever since I got COVID about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago actually, I started getting really weird skin problems. And I've broken out in a lot of places on my skin. I'll just put it that way. Anyway, so back in the game. I don't even notice it until I look at myself and I'm like, holy shit. But yeah, back to the game. Pressurized ships.
Alright. Our friend Lou thinks she's the expert on pressurized ships. So, I'm gonna let her take the lead on this one.
You give me a hard time, but you know I'm good. Okay, Rook, time for the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean incredibly dangerous.
You're in good hands. Take it away, Lou.
Okay, first rule. Always scan ahead. Ships can have pockets of pressure anywhere inside them. Let's have a look. Activate your scanner now. Your scanner shows the pressure state of every compartment.
See all that green?
Red rooms are unpressurized.
That's not good.
Green are pressurized. Cut between a red room and a green room, and boom, violent decompression.
The correct term is explosive decompression.
Explosive, same deal. If we cut this ship now, it pops. Only safe way in is through an airlock. If you can't find one, they show up on your scanner too.
Alright, so before we go inside... Oh, it's actually not going to let me. They're going to make me go inside first. Okay. So you can grab onto things, by the way. So it's only letting me use one hand at the moment. That's bizarre. One sec. Just quickly check controls. Usually it lets you use two hands. Yeah, for some reason one hand isn't working. Go figure. Okay, so...
Good. Now cycle the airlock. Should be a switch in there.
Pressurizing.
when there's air around, you want to. Because if there's air, and you're not holding onto something and it depressurizes, you get blown out as well.
And you're in.
So it's good practice to get used to it.
Inside, you can safely depressurize with an atmospheric regulator.
It's basically like a magnetic glove.
Give it a go.
Broken arm is better than a broken body. So we're inside. Now, this entire ship, all that green, all these compartments are pressurized. If I cut a hole through the deck right now, the whole ship would explode. So they're telling me to find this regulator, and the regulators don't always work. Right? So when I activate this regulator, it will automatically close all the doors in this compartment.
Hey! Alright, look! Either you're a fast learner or I'm an amazing teacher.
And it will depressurize the room that you're in.
Sometimes you're gonna have to depressurize a ship.
Oh, you can. Yeah.
Explosive.
There's a little upgrade that you can get for the helmet, and it will let you recycle air from the inside if it's pressurized, which is kind of cool. But again, air costs money, so money isn't really a problem. I can always just go buy more air, but it does come in handy, I suppose. It extends the amount of time that you can spend in the ship. But yeah.
Explosively. Soon as you hear that warning, grab onto something. Seriously, you don't want to get sucked through a 1-inch hole factor. Believe me, it's unpleasant. Sometimes different areas of the ship have their own pressurization systems. So remember, always scan ahead. Now, hey Weaver, why don't you take the rest of the day off and out-demo my patented reactor rodeo?
You can hear the voice comms in-game fine, can't you? Just double checking, because it's been a while since I checked my audio values. Because basically they'll tell, like, I can tell you like how you deal with it as a player, but like they're explaining it.
Nah, that's all right there, Lou. Thank you very much.
Oh, hot tip. You know all the supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ship.
Come on now, Lou. You know that's against the regs.
That's just because they want us to spend every
Two
penny
hands
at
is
the
better than
company
one.
store.
It's also not safe. Nor sanitary.
Come on, what?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around and all that grime and dust?
They're vacuum sealed, Weaver.
Oh, probably well past their expiry date.
Okay, well, it's not like I'm saying to steal power cells and flip them on the black market.
Look, Lou, I need you to try and follow the rules now, you hear?
Yeah, whatever, boss. Catch you later, Rook. Lou out.
Cutter, I encourage you not to huff any old can of oxygen you find, but if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. Oh, and for God's sake, don't eat anything you find. Anyway, have a good shift. Holler if you need me. Weaver out.
No, that was actually like a tutorial thing. You can always use both hands. You can actually move around using just your hands if you want to. It's kind of like that part in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 where you're climbing up the cliff. So you use your Z and your X keys to control it. So you can actually hold on with two hands and drag yourself over, then let go of one hand. But there's not much need to in the game. The only time you really need to worry about that is when, like, you're trying to hold on if you're trying to vent like a room. So in this case, see all this stuff like that's floating around? If there's an explosive decompression, even if I'm holding on here, all of this shit is going to go flying through the room. And that will explode. That's a fuel tank. There's all sorts of stuff in here that will go boom, basically. Now, luckily we don't have a reactor. Yeah. Luckily there's no reactor in here, but there is fuel. So, to make it safe, we'll disconnect the fuel. That purges the fuel lines. On some ships, only on some ships, but before they released the full game, you had to like purge the fuel lines and everything, so that there'd be like controls to do it. But they dumbed it down a little bit. Only some of the bigger ships have like fuel purges and stuff. Oh yeah, there is. So this area is depressurized. But through the walls here, like say if I'd cut that wall panel, boom. Exactly. You're onto it. So the best way to look after this and deal with it is, I'm inside and in here is depressurized, right? But I can't really get into the sides, and if I start cutting anything, the whole ship's going to explode. So the best way to deal with this type of ship is you move into the cockpit. If there's a working atmosphere regulator, which there is.
Air pressure level increasing. Air pressure level decreasing.
Usually when you do that, it will actually close the door. But there's no door, so the whole area is decompressed. But yeah, the safest way now to get out, make your first cuts, so to speak. One, find all the fuel tanks that you can actually get to and disconnect them so that you won't get a fire or something. Makes more sense later on. This ship doesn't have it. Then make your way to the glass at the front. And this is actually worth a good bit of money, so you don't want to lose it. I mean, trying to get the full salvage value of the ship, like, we're not talking about money, we're just talking about upgrade points, basically. See that? When I did that, it actually blew out the side because I just missed it. That was very close to being a death. That piece over there just flew like 10 miles away. So, unsafely, because I stuffed up on my cut, it actually depressurized the side of the ship and nearly threw it back into back into the furnace. That's how much that depressurization hit.
Accepted for processing.
So the whole thing's depressurized now, apart from... Yeah, exactly. So normally what you do, and I'd be dead now if it wasn't a tutorial ship. Normally what you do is you cut that out. Like so. Yeah, I did it again. Okay. So you get rid of the glass. and then you go back around to the actual
Raw material deposited.
the airlock.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
You go back around to the airlock, and then you go back in to get the rest of the ship. You get what I mean? And now that you're outside the ship, if you need to cut a hole in the outside, you can do it a bit more safe without killing yourself. So you can stand off at like a distance.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Anyway, 7 minutes left. I'll see how much of the ship I can salvage, because I could use the upgrade points. I need them. And I've already did. The only area that's still got air left is that airlock. So I'll open that up and purge that, and then we're good.
Airlock depressurizing.
And as I said before, it's very lucky I didn't just die. Because I screwed up and cut just in the wrong spot.
Secured. Applying credit.
But this is actually pretty quick now. So
Account credit
most of
applied.
it's disconnected.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Still got a couple of things laying around. But nothing I need just yet. So I'll just get through that nice and quickly. Oh yeah, by the way, these lasers can blow up shit. So see how that happens? That could blow that tank off. So looking at this side, looking at the sides. Okay, so we got a fuel tank in there. And a fuel tank in there. If I hit any of that with a laser, boom. Oh, see it? There's a flush switch. So I actually need to get into the side. It's actually lucky I spotted that. I just nearly killed myself. So, how to do this? Alright. In through the sides. Oh, there's a reactor. Ah,
If you're fixing to dot the I's and cross the T's,
lucky.
you got about 5 minutes to do it. Leave her out.
Reactors, you gotta purge all the fuel first and dump the engine out. Otherwise, the reactor will go critical. If as soon as you dump the last engine, the reactor will go boom, and that thing can blow up half the ship. And if you're anywhere near it, you'll die. I love this game. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is trying to get a way to get this thing out. There we go. Yeah, it's all perfectly safe. You know what you're doing. What I'm doing here is probably not the best idea. These things can just be attached like that. And then you've got to disconnect them from the side. Every ship is a little bit different the way that they work. These ones have got nacelles, so oh yeah. Yeah. Like the ordinary game, if you die, it's not bad.
Salvage
Like, you just basically get rezzed.
Transferring credits.
Even in the same, on the same ship, it saves the ship and how far you're up in it. You basically get revived. But on this difficulty, if you die, you're dead. So, that's why I'm being extra careful. Because if I do it in the wrong order, things go boom.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
Doesn't matter if things go boom, it just makes it harder to finish. Because, if you... Oh yeah, this is like the hard mode. I can show you later. And basically at the moment what I want to do is this. Now I can disconnect that fuel tank. See, I can't actually... Now I can move it. That's an electrical hazard there. I'm upside down, aren't I? Yep, I am. The gate is up. Yeah. Whoop. That was close. Okay. That fuel tank is disconnected.
Left to the end of the line, Cutter. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I would usually have half the ship done by now, but I've been explaining a little bit. So... that is actually disconnected. Okay, let's see if the engine explodes. Pretty sure there's an engine in this one. Okay. That engine block there,
Warning.
it's got a release valve on it. You don't need to get back before the timer runs out. Wow. Either I got eaten alive by midges or my skin's just playing up.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
It's mostly just story mode stuff, so I won't go into it. If you ever get the game yourself, it would be great to play it. So, got no upgrades, so I can't upgrade anything, just basically straight back into the ship. I'm going to quickly knock back half a drink before I go back. I'm so sick of this long COVID. It's so bad. The way that my body responded to it was I had to work in an office with people who were on salary, and I was a casual worker. And I've got a new job now. It's great. I make really good money now. I changed jobs very recently. well, actually, a lot of it has got to do with this reason. So basically, people where I work, they're on salary, and they didn't give a fuck if they got sick. So they just turn up with COVID, spread it to fucking everyone, continuously. Everyone in the office had it. So one person would get it, they'd give it to everyone else. Then by the time they got back, someone else would have it and they'd give it to everyone else. And everyone was just like continuously spreading it around the fucking office. And I had no choice, because I'm basically being a casualty. If I didn't go to work, I wouldn't get paid. So I mostly avoided it, and my immune system was really good and dealt with it. But about a month ago, I got it pretty bad. And it spread pretty much through my whole body. Organs, my brain, my skin. Yeah. So what's getting me at the moment is that my immune system, for the first time in my entire life, I've never had this issue before. I'm basically getting like, sort of like hives, like where you get bitten by like a midgie or a mosquito or something like that. And I've never had an issue with it before. But basically, I'm on like double dose and sometimes triple dose of antihistamines to stop my skin from erupting. So, and it erupts in basically hives. So, all up and down my arms at the moment, my chest, probably my legs as well, I haven't checked yet. Yep, my legs. I've got like hives that come up, and they're only like very transient ones. They last for like about 2 hours, and then they're gone. Yeah, I've never had anything like that ever in my entire life. But yeah, the long COVID symptom that I have is my immune system running rampant through my body at the moment, killing it. And yeah. So about 3 hours ago was probably when I should have taken my next dose. And I didn't take it, so I broke it out a little bit. But I took it like half an hour ago, so it'll take about half an hour for it to kick in. Fuck, it's itchy. I don't just get it on my lower arms and legs, I get it like on my back, my chest, on my face, on my arms, in my mouth, on my throat. Like in my throat. I get it like all over my body. Like inside my body as well. Drives me fucking nuts. And especially with the hot weather and everything as well, it's making it worse. So I don't know where you are, but I'm in Australia and it's like fucking 35 degrees and 100% humidity almost every day. Degrees Celsius. Yeah, I can't say much for the yeah, nice. I love that sort of weather. I haven't been to the snow in ages. I live in Queensland in Australia, which is like subtropics. It's basically the same weather as in Florida all year. Or Texas, I suppose. Oh yeah. Yep, we have summer. And it's been raining continuously non-stop for like a month. And it's like 35 degrees almost every day. It's like living in the frickin' Philippines. But yeah, I never really got the bronchitis things because luckily I don't smoke. I mean, I vape. Like nicotine, but it's just like nicotine with propylene vegetable glycerin base. So I don't have any flavors or anything, so I don't cough. I don't have issues with my lungs. But yeah, this skin thing, this is madness. I've never had anything like this in my life. It's I first thought my cat had fleas, or that the midges were getting in through the windows. I don't know if you guys have midges. I suppose you call them midges there, not midges. Midges is like an Australian slang term. Those tiny little flies that you can't see because they're almost invisible, but they bite you. But I know that's not what it is because I get it in my mouth and everything as well. Anyway, on to the game. Can't wait till this medication kicks in because I'm itchy as fuck. Doesn't help that my immune system's really fucking good. Because it's hyper aggressive against it. I reckon it was the most recent variant of COVID, whatever it is that went through Australia on Christmas. Is what's causing it. Because I didn't have any problems with it before then, and I probably had COVID 3 times. But this most recent one, my body fucking hates it. If I have permanent immune reaction to it, I'm gonna cry. Alright, let's smash this ship out. I'm pretty sure I saw fuel in there. I'm gonna buy some tethers. So what am I doing? I've got the reactor. Fuel's been purged, the engine's ready to throw out the back. I just gotta get the reactor out of the ship. And the reactor was on the right-hand side.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Luckily it hasn't hit my eyes yet. I've seen some people who've got it, like the immune reaction, on like their eyelids and stuff. It's like they've been punched in the eye, like in the eyes. Might even be able to get in through there.
Hey, Cutter. Want to see something special? Take a look at that railgate.
Oh. Sec.
Whew, what a beauty. You know, no matter how many times I see that old railgate fire, it never...
Damn, I just missed it.
Could be you on there one day.
The ship went through it. Okay, so I can't drop the engine because I've already disconnected it, so I'm just going to pull the reactor. I should be able to get it out and down in time.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Happy days.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That was over $1 million right there. So, dealing with the engine's going to be tricky though. Because usually you should drop the engine before you do this. So I've got to figure out how to salvage the engine. So, yeah, it's attached to the plate. So when you look at this, like that's the thruster. The only way to detach that from this, there's no way to actually detach it. There's like a little ring here. But if I try and do that, I could blow it up. So, first things first is I've got to probably disconnect the fuel.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I should pull it off the engine. I'm gonna try something I haven't tried before. I just want to do it away from the ship, so if it goes boom. It's actually not worth that much money. I'm just gonna send it down. The engine's worth a bit of money. Nearly $500,000.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
These fuel pipes are usually worth a bit.
Credit applied.
Warning.
So yeah, so just as before, like
Return to the master jack.
when I said I'd already done all the dangerous stuff. All the dangerous stuff has been done, so it's just a matter of quickly, like, getting as much done as possible. We'll see how quickly I can do it.
Deposit accepted.
I think I saw an electrical thing somewhere. That's worth a bit of money. Yeah, it does. But money really doesn't exist in the game. I can't really say why yet, because you haven't played the game. I mean, if you're going to be watching, like, there's a couple of spoilers. You're not going to see any of them in this stream, because I won't be able to go for that long, but money's not a problem. You can make a lot of money. It's not like they kill you, or like, if you don't make enough money, then it's game over. Doesn't work like that. They want you in debt so you can keep on building, like, deconstructing all these ships.
Processing valuable
That's how they make money. They need you to be able to do it. So they put you in debt so that you keep on doing it for the rest of your life. Just like, you know, real life. You know, wage slavery, debt, having to pay rent. The whole game's basically a satire about, like, what you have to do in the real world to survive. It's actually really good because
valuable object accepted.
it does really go well into it. Like, it's basically, I'm not even gonna lie, right? I quit my job because I was playing this game and I realized just how much it made sense of how in real life you get exploited by different companies.
Warning. Oxygen reserves critical.
So I've been working a job for 3 years, making pretty good money, but doing the work for 3 people.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
So I basically went to HR, I'm like, okay, you can pay me more, I'm gonna leave. And the funnier part is I explained to them all the shit that I actually do. They were in the situation where they can't hire someone to replace me to do the job that I was doing. I was running like 60 different authorized service centers for, like, basically doing admin as well, like accounting. I was doing a lot. On top of taking inbound calls, doing tech support for marine products. So if you don't know much about boats, I won't glaze your eyes with the details, but if you want me to spec out a $10,000 hydraulic steering system for a boat, or say, you know, this sort of stuff you might need to run like a lithium battery setup with an inverter on like an RV or like a boat, I'm basically like I'm the guy that you talk to. And when you're having problems, so if you actually need help with it, I'm also the guy to talk to. And if I don't know how to help you, I know someone who does. More or less. Yeah, it was a really good job, but I was getting paid to do way too much. And I didn't get a pay rise when they lumped the, like the service center stuff on me. Because, like, to put it into perspective, right, I'll just see if I can concentrate and do, like, two things at once. I was processing about maybe 50,000 to 70,000 US dollars of warranty claims a month, which is more than anyone else that I work with. They might do, well, depending on the product they work with. I had different technicians, like one would be like working with one product and another might be working with another product. But the job that I had specifically was working with every product. So I had like 50 to 70,000 USD in warranty claims a month.
5 minutes.
On top of everything else that the other people that I was working with didn't do. So I was doing that as well as my normal job duties. And I was also doing admin and looking after, like, paying, essentially, you know, I'm not even kidding, like 60 different fucking service centers. And I basically knew most of them on a first-name basis. And making sure that their claims were up to spec so that when it goes through to the manufacturer doesn't turn around and say no. Like, direct login to the company portals to do shit. And a lot of times, a lot of people would get a lot of shit for free as well. So, you know, like, they get the warranty claim, but they're actually kind of not entitled to warranty, but they still get the warranty claim because we're good. Like, we don't fuck, you know, screw people evil. So, like, doing it for the customer as well. So, like, talking direct to everyone from the actual customer to the dealers to the manufacturer. And that was, like, just for one specific product, but on top of that, I also looked after about, like, maybe 15 or 20 different other suppliers as well. Working with 2 other people. And they didn't have to do the shit that I did on top of it. So, what the business that I work for does, and why it makes sense, like it will make sense in a moment, is that they needed someone to always be there when staff who were on salary went on leave. So for like 3 years, I had to fill in for every single staff member whenever they went on a holiday, and I wouldn't get a holiday. I wouldn't get sick days, I wouldn't get leave. For 3 years working full-time hours in a room which has like 8 different staff members in the department. So there's always someone on leave. Like, that's the thing. Like, I started joking about it. I was like, well, why don't I start doing this shit for myself? You know, like, I'll just offer to all the authorized service centers. I'll just say, okay, I'll do all your processing and the paperwork for you. So when it goes through, you know it will get done. and I'll charge you like $30 per claim or something like that, and I would end up making more money than if I was working in a full-time fucking job. So like this game, like
Supplies are dropping.
I was central, exactly. Like I was basically managing all of it.
Processing. Salvage goal cleared.
So like
Rewards allocated.
I tried to get a raise. I'm like, look, this is what I'm doing. But because it's like a big multinational, they basically told me to fuck off. So I said, okay, well, who's going to replace me then? Oh, we'll get so and so to do it. And when I say so and so to do it, and this is the funniest part, right? I was managing all the shit by myself, and the only way that you can do it is if you do it. Like, you got to know everything that's going on. You can't. You're not just filling out a form and checking it off. You have to know everything. You have to know the product, you have to know the parts, you have to know how to fix it, you have to know what the problems are. Like, you can't just like get a form and go tick, 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 tick. You have to know whether or not you're being scammed. You have to know whether or not you need to call the customer. And you don't know that unless you know the product. Like, and they reckon that they're going to offload it onto, like, the area that I worked in, right, was technical support and sales, like technical sales. So, like, I'd spec up, like, someone's $10,000 hydraulic steering system, for example, or their batteries and their trolling motor or whatever for their boat, like a fishing boat or something like that. Yeah, and whenever there's a problem, so like when the actual customer service sales staff have a problem, they called me. They reckon that they could replace me by giving it to the people who were calling me. Make sense? Oh no, yeah, they're going out of business. They were bought out by a big multinational about 8-9 years ago. And what happened was, all of their work, like all of their supplies, this big multinational also owns our biggest direct competitor. They've been offloading all of our supplies onto our competitor. So the company that I was working for was losing suppliers. But we still had a couple of really big products that only we could import and only we had the arrangements to import and distribute in Australia. Like, I'm talking expensive shit. And what's been happening is they're slowly moving product after product and product after away from this company. So, you know, like, I was basically looking at it from a good point, like the right point of view. I walked away, right, before I even quit. And this company has a history of, like, when you quit working for them, like if you say, oh, I'm looking for another job, or you find another job and say, okay, I'm giving my 1 week's notice or 2 weeks notice or whatever, they don't wait. They will walk you out of the building, cut off all your access to the systems, because I had access to every single system that they had, which from a cybersecurity viewpoint is very, very, very bad for them. Because if I wanted to do the wrong thing, I could fuck up their operations 10 ways to Sunday. And we're talking like an international company. And I knew that they'd do it. So straight after they said that they wouldn't pay me more, oh, you're on the maximum rate already, you can't be paid anymore. Bullshit. Because I know they could have. I got a job with another company and I got a salary. So casual rates in Australia, you get 25% on top of your basic pay because you don't have holidays and you don't have well, you do, yeah, so you don't have holidays, you don't have sick days and all that sort of stuff. So you get paid 25% more if you're casual. I got a job offer within a day with one of our dealers that paid more on salary than what I was getting as a casual, plus superannuation. So my hourly pay rate plus 12%, and my hourly pay rate is more before I even take into account my superannuation. So basically, within a day, I found another company who doesn't even do anywhere near the volume that I used to do. So less stress. And they're paying me more than what I was asking for from the company that I left. With holidays. With sick pay. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, when you're casual, you basically got to do what you're told. So I'm more or less my own boss now. Yeah, like, what I'm really, really good at is, like, I know it's probably not that indicative of the fact that I've got the game paused. But what I'm really good at is multitasking. So I can be sitting there doing paperwork while I'm on the phone talking to someone. So I can be sitting there doing a warranty claim or something, typing away and clicking and all that on the screen on a completely different subject from what I'm actually taking a phone call for. So I could do two things at once. That's what I was really good at, because I was doing like a technical sales role on top of actually like doing warranties and all that sort of stuff. On top of actually doing tech support and everything like that as well. On top of doing like basically being management for an authorized service center network. And I was juggling that all the time constantly. So I'd have like 2-3 monitors going, I'd have like 6 windows open, I'd be doing shit constantly. And if I was like doing warranty claims for whatever, I could instantly switch modes, pull up a notepad, start typing what the customer's telling me, discuss what we're going to do to fix their problem, put them onto the right people, or fix their problem, and then immediately after I'm finished doing that, get straight back onto the other shit that I was doing. I was really good at it. And now I get paid more than that for doing 10% of the work. Like, in all honesty, I should have been getting paid double what I was getting paid. And I wasn't getting paid bad money. It was like in regards to like how much money you should be getting for doing a kind of job, right? I was getting decent money. I mean, 70k a year isn't nothing to scoff at. But that's with no holidays and all that sort of shit. Now I'm getting more than that. So, I mean, it's AU money, so it's not US, but yeah. So it's 11 p.m. And I don't start until, I don't know. I'm on salary. Like, that's the thing. I mean, obviously there's a time that I have to be at work, but I've got plenty of time. I actually do more hours than recommended as well on my salary. So I get more money again. Basically, I negotiated with my boss because they wanted me doing more than the standard amount of hours. And I'm just like, well, put it on paper. This is what you're offering. This is what I want. This is what what it is. That's what I'm getting paid. I tried to. Yeah, exactly. I can definitely enjoy my time more and like less stress. So I get home less tired. Like usually, like past couple of years, I've been getting home so mentally drained. It's not funny because I'm constantly having to do so much shit. You would not believe. And I've been wanting to do that sort of thing as well. So might be doing like a little bit more in terms of hours, but I'm getting paid more for it. And it's guaranteed. So if I get sick now, I can take time off. And like that was probably one of the big problems previously, is because like I had to be there constantly. So I was running my body into the ground to be able to do it. And yeah, like if I get sick now, I can just take a day off. Not that I would, because I've got more incentive to be at work now. Anyway, I'll be right back. Definitely grab one more drink. Be the last one and finish this shit. Even better is like how close it is to home. It's like literally around the corner from my house. I don't even need to drive to work, I can just walk. I'll pop it up on screen for like a little bit. Like just like for 5 seconds. I'll censor this tomorrow. I'll cut off the end of my stream. Don't know how much you know about boats. Yeah, like you got to be a little bit careful sometimes. But the thing is I worked as a casual. Okay. So my boss wasn't the company that I was working for, and they had the balls to sit there and talk about whether or not I would be working for a company that's in competition, or for a like sort of like a non-disclosure agreement sort of bullshit. And I'm just like, well, no, because this is my contract. So look at all the happy customers and go shove it up your ass. Essentially. They tried, like, literally the day that I left, they tried bringing up that, trying to make it out as if I would be leaving and creating problems by working for someone else. They could have just paid me more. There's nothing in my contract about disclosure or for not working for another business in the same industry. And I left it just the right time because I know exactly how fucked up it's going to be as all the new shit that's coming out when I've been the sole person looking after this for 3 years and there are new things coming out where people are dropping over 10 grand on it. It wasn't me who fucked up. I managed the Authorized Service Centre network in Australia and New Zealand for Minn Kota, which is the most well-known and the biggest electric trolling motor brand in the United States and internationally in the world. And I did a damn fucking good job of it too. So, all I'm going to say is, especially considering that there were problems with like some of the actual things that were released and how well we managed it. All I'm going to say is look to see what happens now that I'm gone and see what happens in Australia and New Zealand. I will actually say that I love the brand. I've got nothing against the brand because I didn't work directly for Minn Kota. I worked for a company in Australia that is the sole importer and distributor of Minn Kota. I'm not going to talk about how many digits the warranty claims are up to, or what the problems are with things like Alteras, or like Torovas and Ultrex, or that in Australia most of the motors are saltwater motors, not freshwater motors. People put these on their boats and they use it in the ocean. Right? But I will tell you that we sold a shitload of them. We provided tech support for the entire country, 2 countries. And when it comes to the warranty claims for this sort of thing, I knew every single trick in the book to make sure that customers got the right thing when they had a problem. Because I was literally the guy that you'd call. And to give you like a little bit of an idea, God, I hope that didn't flash up too much. Let's have a look. Probably would have got a couple of emails out of that, but I don't mind. Because you're not going to get much. Like, I'm a small streamer, so like, if people know what my email is, I don't give a shit. Be interesting. Just to show you that I'm not talking shit. Right? Yes, block my location. I don't want Minn Kota knowing my location. So to give you an idea of how much of a problem that is, right? That's the United States. That's Australia. Australia is nearly as big as the United States. All around Australia. I know every one of these on a first name basis. And not just in Australia, but also in New Zealand. And they wouldn't give me a $5 fucking pay rise. Fuck them. As I said, it's not Minn Kota's problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if the company that I was working for continues to be able to sell this particular product. Because now that I'm gone, everything's going to go to shit. They're going to realize I was right. They're going to put on some other dumb fuck to do my job. And, yeah. Then a couple of years from now, that same person's going to do the same fucking thing that I did. They're just too stingy. They can afford it. They can absolutely afford it. Part of the reason why is like with a lot of things for like warranty and stuff, right? In Australia, there's actually this little law, right, where big and bulky items, if there's a fault, like a manufacturing defect or something, it's got to go back for warranty. And trust me, I know Australian laws back to fucking front because I've had to do it for years. If it's large and bulky, the importer or distributor is responsible for the freight. So when something is faulty, we have to arrange for collection and to inspect and repair it or offer a replacement at the customer's discretion. So the customer can decide. We are actually not allowed to say, no, we can't give you your money back. If the customer wants a refund, they can get it. That's the law here, which is different from the United States. And I'll stop there because there I'll be moving into like legal territory. I'll just give you like a little bit of insight. If we are buying something, if I go and buy something, right? If I personally go and buy something for $100 and I sell it for $1,000, and then there's an issue and it needs to be returned, then if another way, if I bought something for $100, I sold it to someone for $1,000, and there was an issue with it, I could give them a replacement, and at that stage it only cost me $200, but it still costs the customer $1,000 because they've already paid for it, or they could get their money back. So if I wanted to make money, I would try to replace it rather than give them their money back. And a lot of people don't realize they're actually entitled to their money back. Especially if it's a lemon. Anyway,
Secured.
that's enough on that one.
Credits awarded.
This is your 1-minute warning cutter. Bring it home.
Transferring credits.
So, yeah, if it costs me, say, $500 to ship something, to get it repaired and then returned,
Salvage deposited.
obviously I'm going to do that. Yeah, likewise.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Yeah, I'm pretty much going to finish the ship and then, I don't know. It's just so annoying. At least the good news is I think my antihistamines have kicked in a little bit.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your allocated shift time will be commencing shortly.
That's the other interesting thing here, is basically if something is repaired by someone underneath Australian law, it's a little bit better than the United States on that front. Someone who is skilled to perform a repair, say for instance on a DC motor, is someone who has basic understanding of electrical and how DC motors work, which would be just about everyone. It's like anyone who can use a multimeter, or is like in an RC, like yourself, like what you're talking about before, or anyone who's worked on a toilet, like a motor macerator or something, or like an electrical pump, operate on the same principles where it's spinning a shaft that's attached to an impeller. Like, say, for example, an electrical motor that's attached to a propeller. It's not fucking rocket science. And a lot of people are qualified to do that shit. So, technically, anyone could get parts if they know what they're doing and they've got enough basic skills, and repair these things, and the importer and distributor couldn't claim that it's unable to be repaired by them and still be covered by warranty. I have to be very careful about what I say here. Because if someone has basic DC electrical motor skills, they can work on these things. And there's a responsibility on manufacturers, and specifically on importers and distributors, to ensure that parts are available to effect those repairs within a reasonable expectation of the lifetime of the motor. Now, it's debatable how long that is. It could be 2 years, it could be 3 years. But industry practice is usually that's about 10 years. 5 to 10 years. So, if each and every single part that can possibly go wrong or break can't be sourced and isn't stocked by an importer and distributor, they are kind of really not allowed to sell the product. Now, if it's something that's an enclosed housing, something for which parts aren't manufactured or freely available, i.e. everything available on a parts list that you can buy from the manufacturer in the country of manufacturer, you can't just say, oh, sorry, we can't get this, we can't get that. The repairs can't be performed, you've got to replace this entire component rather than fix a little part in it. When that little part is available as a component in another country of manufacture, when it could be imported and stocked and used for repair. I have to be very careful about what I say. Because if you sell something, you're expected to actually hold on to the parts. And it doesn't apply so much to the dealers of a product. It applies to the importer and distributor of the product, if the product is of international manufacture. And it's quite a grey line. It's a grey area. But if a part costs $600 to replace the entire assembly, but the part that's required for the repair costs $60, and you can't get it because the importer and distributor doesn't stock it to repair it, so you have no choice but to buy the full assembly. And we're getting into stuff like here, like iPhones and everything, right? Like just like right to repair, essentially. It's such a grey area. Good luck after your warranty expires. At least if you buy something from the country of manufacture, right? If you buy it direct from a source and get it imported, if something goes wrong, it's probably cheaper for you to send the whole fucking thing back overseas and get it fixed than it is to get it fixed in your country. Just because you buy something, then technically it's coming from overseas, doesn't mean it's not covered by warranty. It's still covered by warranty. Just under different countries' like provisions. And that's the final ant, like the end rant, like where I'll end it, is that because I know how suppliers work. I mean, I have industry contacts with every fucking supplier in the marine industry. I'm glad I got the fuck out of the company I was working for, I'm telling you right now. It's plausible deniability. Put a casual on to do it. We're not responsible now. It's exploitation at its finest. Which Which is like why this game gave me the inspiration to look for better things. I might have had a good wicket, but it's not going to be there for long with those business practices. But then again, people are stupid and they keep on buying the same fucking shit. And after basically managing that shit for 3 years, at like almost every single fucking level, apart from being directly paid as a manager, which I should have been, which I wasn't, which is why I have deniability and say like, look, it's not my responsibility, I was a casual, right? It's not my responsibility.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Caution. Out of tethers.
But I did everything that I could for the customers.
Warning.
Like for the end users.
Are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
And like that's reflected. Like if you jump on forums, like for the products that I work with, you'll find posts like saying like, oh yeah, I had an issue with this, it got fixed straight away. They replaced the whole thing or whatever.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored. Tethers restored.
Basically, I was employed to put out fires. And they want to replace me by people who create the fires and just that they fucking create the fire to start off with. It's fucking retarded. Good luck. Like, as I walked out of the HR office after they refused to give me a pay rise, quote, what I said to them was, if I was you, I would start panicking right now. Bye! Like, literally.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
It's the ballsiest thing I've done in my fucking life.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. All salvage goals complete.
It's especially, like, it's especially relevant to me as well. Because I live by myself. Right? I make pretty damn fucking good money, but I live by myself. I don't have family closer than 1,500 kilometers. And that's how it's been for over a decade. So, you know, like, I've got no one to help me out if things go wrong. And that's one way that, that's one way that I was exploited. Is that, you know, I had no personal support network. And it's like, if I don't do exactly what I'm told, I can't pay rent. You know? Now, Stray's a little bit better in that regard in that, like, if I lost my job, then I could have feasibly got unemployment benefits or something like that. But I wouldn't be able to afford to pay my rent on that.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Which is why immediately upon, like, refusal of a pay rise, it's just like, yep, fuck it, I'm gone. Because, you know, like, if I can get a permanent salaried position paying more, you know, that's what I'm gonna do. At least I get fucking severance pay now. It's a couple of weeks of leeway time for me to jump on a fucking forklift. Right? I can make over $1,500 a week driving forklifts. But you know what I can't handle? Going a week or two without getting paid.
New certification level attained. level increased.
Cutter 9346-52. You're designated.
All right, folks. Got a priority message coming in from corporate. Everyone put down what you're doing and have a listen.
Maybe they're gonna give us some holiday time. That'd be awesome.
That would be a first. Probably just another Pilsen kid getting a cushy exec job.
Hush up now, y'all.
This is an important message to all Lynx Salvage Division employees. It's come to our attention, thanks to a very loyal member of our family, that there has been talk about forming a Shipbreakers union. A union is a dangerous thing, where extensive fees are extracted for so-called representation of your workers' rights. At Lynx, our top priority is already your well-being. This is why union activity is strictly prohibited by your contract, for your own protection. To safeguard you and your work, we are immediately dispatching an administrator to every salvage sector. This administrator will oversee operations and ensure proper employee conduct. They are authorized to correct worker behavior by any means, and they'll remain in place until we can guarantee company-wide integrity. Until then, remember, the company is your family. The union is your enemy. Thank you.
I actually had to be very careful
No
to
holiday. Told ya.
pretend to be stupid so I didn't get more
I haven't heard
responsibilities.
anything about that. Have you?
Of course not.
Probably happening around the Martian districts. They always been quarrelsome.
You heard anything like that, Lou?
No. Hey, Weaver, do you know when our administrator's showing up?
Week, maybe? Coming all the way from HQ at Jupiter Gate. When they get here, we'll need to be on our best behavior.
Oh, great.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, warm
Nothing to
fuzzies.
fret about,
Well, warm
alright?
fuzzies don't pay the
But
bills.
they are going to be checking everything. Salvage logs, transmission records, operational efficiency.
Oh, great.
You'll be fine, Kai. It's not a performance review.
Lou's right.
To give you an idea about myself,
Let's just try and keep our heads down and weather this storm
I
together.
basically completed a telecommunications apprenticeship.
We were out.
I'm technically a qualified telecommunications engineer.
Hey, don't worry. This
I
is the
have
Ghost channel. It
had
won't
my
be long.
cabling license.
Well, looks like things might
I
get
have a
bit difficult
forklift
around
license.
here. They're
Um,
gonna try to make
I
our
have
lives hell.
Nearly a
Don't worry.
decade of experience
Just having
driving
access to
counterbalancing
union
reach forklifts.
doesn't make you a full-fledged member. Besides,
My very first job, I was a
access.
supervisor for
but
6
I'd be
different
lying if I
staff
said I
members.
wasn't a little nervous. If
In
anything
admin.
happens, I'll make sure nothing comes down on you.
I did IT and software engineering at university. I've worked with about 7 different inventory management and customer relationship, like software systems. I can lay bricks. I've worked as a fucking brickies labourer. I know how to mix concrete. Ohm's law, fucking all that shit, like electrical. The only thing I can't work with is anything involving mains like electricity. Mains electricity. It's like in America that would be 120 AC, or in Australia it'd be 240 AC. I'm essentially a qualified electrician. I know how to do the work. I just can't do it because, like, and I was very, very careful for it to not show that I could do it because they would have ended up making me do it, like on top of everything else. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, customer front to back, customer relationship management. okay, also repair all this shit. I'm like, are you gonna give me a pay rise for that? And I already knew the answer would be no. So I played dumb for fucking 3 years. Because, you know, if you expect me to sit on a fucking phone and manage all that shit, then no, I'm not gonna put the cherry on the top of the fucking cake. Unless you pay for it. They wanted us to start speccing out pure electrical systems for boats. Like, we're talking marine engineering. Pretty sure that's a degree. I was already doing it. Like, for, like, just, like, mechanical engineering and hydraulics. This company, right, they'll pay you shit fucking money, they'll ship you around the country, they'll send you overseas, and they'll pay you with feelings. As I said, that's the reason why I have to play stupid. Because I can program in C++ and Python. I have business admin experience as a supervisor. I have experience in freight and logistics. I have experience with marine engineering. Right. On top of like basically management. I've been a dispatch coordinator in charge of basically warranty and I'm actually, when I say this shit, this is stuff that I've done previous to the job that I had, right? Like a dispatch coordinator in warranty and in repairs and field logistics, as in telling a tech to go there and then giving them the parts so that they can fix it. For telecommunications, as well as electrical. I had to play stupid. So I was never going to get the right rate. You know, I was quite happy to sit there at a desk and just like plod along, essentially. And they still should have paid me more for what I was doing. I should have been getting about 80, 90k a year. Like, that's realistic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from there. Yep. So, if you're in IT, right, you know, have you ever heard of the cancer that is Dynamics 365? You know, the grandfathered Microsoft Dynamics 365 that just got obsoleted? Alright, so Dynamics 365 is a Microsoft customer relationship software system that is used to essentially for call center workers to book customer notes when they get calls. And it has basic functionality to run warehousing. It can be integrated with like pick pack and stuff. So if you're running like say like a dispatch sort of system, like an importer and distributor, Dynamics 365, you would have heard of it. You've probably worked with it before. I'll spell it. Yeah, yeah. Yep. So basically the reason why I was originally employed as a customer service officer was to essentially help implement a and this is going to make you laugh your ass off. A big bang implementation of 365, cutting over from an old system, right? So, like, you know the difference between Big Bang and, like, you know, concurrent cutover and everything. As in, switch off the old system, switch on the new one, and hope it works. Yep. That's basically what I did. So 3 years ago, I got employed to do that. Not on the software side of things, so like not on the actual not on the like say if we go like system development lifecycle. So like not initiation or development, but I was on implementation and operation. Right? So I was at the dirty end of the stick. And we made it work. We had our own custom modules written up for it. So something that's designed to be customer relationship software, we use to implement a service-based, like obviously all your sales and your purchasing, like sales orders, purchase orders, vendors and customers, all that sort of shit. Right, get it out of the way. Looks fucking fantastic on paper. But as an importer and distributor, on top of that, you've also got to deal with warranties and everything like that, right? So, our own custom service module. So, to deal with warranty issues. Done up as a project, individual projects. So every customer had their own project ID for like service related shit. And when I say like managing all this sort of shit, like that's what a lot of people, like you'll probably understand, like because you know a little bit about it. But when I was talking about like managing 60 plus service centers, that's what I'm talking about. So all of the back end as well as the front end of the accounting, the vendors, purchase orders. That was the main point of interface. That was basically the little gear that made that turn. So, if you haven't worked with 365, you don't exactly know what I'm talking about when I say that. If you've ever worked with 365, you'll know that it's anal cancer. So, yeah, I went insane. I went full on batshit crazy. It was a fun 3 years. It wasn't just that though, it was like, basically the way that they implemented it was like they paid, no offense, like, I don't know, I don't want to be racist. It was like they paid some, like literally this, I can't even get into it, like, I can't, like I've got PTSD from that shit. Exactly what you're saying. So the best way to put it is that nothing worked. Everything is held together with scotch tape and duct tape. Oh man. So where it went from a process where it was like, you know this because like now that you know I've done IT and software engineering, you know that I know this shit, right? So information systems. So obviously it's the study of process. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. So like, you know, the study of process. So essentially what they did was they took, and we're talking like 15 different individual processes that were already working. And they increased them from having like 3 or 4 maybe steps to having 10 or 15 steps across 10 or 15 processes. With no additional staff. So they made the system more complicated. So keep it simple, stupid is like the most standard rule. Whenever you're implementing like a process or trying to improve something, like I'll just raise Kaizen as a process, like from Japan, right? Continuous improvement, discussion between people on how to fix it. It was like someone got drunk, drank 3 bottles of scotch, walked into the fucking meeting and said, "Let's do this," and started sticking post-its on the wall like a fucking schizophrenic and covered like every square inch of a 100-meter square room of the wall, drawing Nico like Sharpie marks between post-it notes and said, "Oh yeah, it will work." Oh man, I'm so glad I don't work there anymore. Because no one had a fucking clue. Like, oh. It would have taken one IT expert to just turn around and say, "This is wrong. Don't do it." But they did it anyway. They're like flailing their hands in the fucking air. Like wacky flailing inflatable tube man. Ugh. So fucking stupid. Like, I used to work for Australia's largest telecommunications provider, so I know a thing or two about a cutover. And they did not have a fucking clue. And the worst part of the problem is that everyone who's in like the ability to make a decision to make something work or fix it or change a process does not have any idea. They don't know how to do it. They can't employ someone to do it because the whole thing's been grandfathered. Microsoft doesn't even support it anymore. They paid millions of dollars to put this shit in. 2 years, 1 year, 0 years before it was fucking grandfathered. Exactly. And like that's what I had to pretend to be stupid because I'm sitting there like I've been to uni, like I studied this shit. I probably haven't done it like in a work environment before, but like, you know, ground floor, like entry levels. Like basically, I'm the guy on the computer on the phone, right? Not the person speccing out the system or anyone who has input into it. And I'm just sitting there looking at it like, this is a dumpster fire. This is a train wreck. This is going wrong every single way that it possibly can. And no one is doing anything about it. And the reason why they're not doing anything about it is because there's no communication between departments. There's rivalry between departments. So when I say there's rivalry, it's not rivalry between the staff in the departments. It's rivalry between the management of the departments. And they make all the wrong decisions. Basically, there's one department in the company that left who knows what they're doing. Everyone else has no fucking clue. Like, you can't expect to deliver in the industry that they're in without having a decent end result, like in terms of like customer relationships. So we're not talking about just selling something to someone. It's like, okay, well, 3 years down the track, what is going to happen? And that gets into like system development lifecycle again. Comes down to maintenance, the last stage. So you got operation and maintenance. Maintenance is looking at the system, how it's working, and then reiterating it back to development, implementation, operation again, and going back until it works. They got to M and then tore up everything. So that's it, it's fine. When the system was broken. Oh man, okay, I'll do a difficult one. This is probably going to kill me. Let's do a tanker. Ooh, even an atlas. Quasars are easy. These are fun. I like these shits. And so, like, from my perspective, and I hope you understand when I say this, like, there's nothing that I could have done to fix it. Like, even though I knew everything was going to go to shit and everything has gone to shit, there's nothing I could have done to fix it. There's no one I could have talked to. I was just a cashier. So it's not like I could just walk up to the manager and say, this is not going to work. Because where's my actual credibility? There's none. I'm a casual. They wouldn't even give me a fucking pay rise. Fuck them. Hope they burn in hell. And that's not directed at the people that I work with. That's directed at management. And it's not management actually at the business. Because as I said, they were bought out by a multinational. It's the multinational that's at fault. But I already know that their end goal, because I'm kind of psychic for this sort of shit, their end goal is to destroy the business so that they can pass everything onto another business that they own. So, I mean, you can be like an emu or an ostrich or whatever and bury your head in the sand. As long as you're getting paid, you know, good wages. for so long. And that's what everyone's doing. They're just burying their head in the sand. Anyone who has like an actual input, like the ability to actually talk to the right people and get the problems fixed, they're burying their head in the sand. They're just like sitting there because they know they're going to get a good payout. Meanwhile, it's people like me that have to deal with it. And that's why the fuck I got out. Because they're not going to... The quality of their staff is just going to keep on decreasing. Every single person who works in the place that was full-time, I'm talking out of 30 full-time staff, I'd say a good 20 left. In the last 3 years. So their knowledge base is gone. The brain drain is real.
Morning, folks. How y'all holding up?
The only people that are left are the fucking service department. No one there left because we're used to it. We're used to sitting there and dealing with the fires and putting out fires. Exactly. Like, so many talented staff members left. And, like, because I was a casual, I'm like, well, I'll just keep on doing it because I don't care. I'm getting paid when I'm getting paid. You know? It's like, okay, give me a pay rise. Okay, fuck you, I'm out. And they couldn't even, they wouldn't have been able to offer me a full-time position. I actually straight up told them, I will not accept a full-time position. I said, and like, this is what I said to them, like almost my exact words, was, you could not pay me to be full-time. I have no issue with remaining casual. I don't get holidays, I don't get sick days. I cover for everyone else when there's an issue. Pay me more when I'm leaving. I didn't even give them the option to offer me a full-time position. And like, frankly, like, even if they did, I would have had to go through drug tests, fucking, like, police checks and all that sort of shit. They wouldn't trust me even after I've been looking after their biggest fucking product for 3 years. I bet you they still would have police checked me. No trust. None. Because you're a casual. If you've got a full-time, like, permanent position in IT, fucking stay in it. Because, like, that's probably good. Like, that's a great thing, because you can actually speak to all the, like, the relevant stakeholders. But if you are on contract, and you're working contract to contract, I fucking feel for you. I know exactly what it's like. I'm going to slam down a nice drink and see how quickly I can salvage this tanker without dying. Actually, never mind. That's a cargo haul. Atlas. That's right. That's why I never got into IT in Australia. It's because most of it's like contract work. And, like, I need that job security. Like, it's great to have money in the bank, but, I mean, it only takes a couple of bad bills. And, yeah, before you know it, you don't have money to pay rent. And, I don't know, I've been homeless before. I haven't been homeless in over 15 years. But, you know, when I was homeless, oh my god. And that was due to, like, you know, bad decisions and, like, trusting the wrong people in terms of, like, work and stuff like that. Well, I know how to drive forklifts, because even if the job that I had today, if I got sacked, I could get a job driving forklifts tomorrow. And, you know, that always pays well. I rent a 3-bedroom house by myself, man. And that's at Brisbane prices. I like my 3 walls, the veranda. I can't handle sharing a wall in a flat or like an apartment or something like that. You know, I've got a nice yard. It's like about 700 square meters or 800 square meters. 3-bedroom house. Privacy. I can play music if I want to. I can rant if I want to. I don't have to deal with like housemates or anyone in one of the other rooms. I've paid everything my own way. And again, thank you very much for listening to me rant. Because, as I said, I live by myself. If I don't get the opportunity to rant every now and then, it's great for your health. Yeah, that's it. Like it's like all a constant like you constantly have to like improve on things. You always want to pardon me. You always want to basically, what's the best way to put it before I get into tackling the ship? You always want to take every setback, learn from it, and you never want to go backwards. So, if it's a job, if you absolutely have to take a job that pays less than what you were previously getting paid as you're getting older, temporarily, yeah, I suppose do it. But you always want to get paid more. You've always got inflation, things are going up. Don't trust government and their scams. Like superannuation, it's a fucking joke. Like retirement incomes, like get on a nice cushy pension or something like that. As you get older, you don't know what's going to happen. I'm nearly 40. Probably don't sound it. I still remember back when I was playing Battlefield 3 in my mid-20s and getting KD ratios of like 13-1. I love gaming, I love anime, to me, I still feel like I'm young. To a lot of the younger kids these days, I probably sound a bit old. Yeah, I grew up playing Doom and fucking Commander Keen and fucking Rise of the Triad, Total Annihilation, the OG StarCraft, Kill, Crush and Destroy. I own 2 Commodore 64s. I've fucking got a Sega Master System, like a Genesis. I've still got it. And time just flies. You just got to make sure that you never, ever go backwards. And wage slavery is a real thing. Unfortunately, I didn't get into Bitcoin when it first came out. I should have fucking done that. And that's a bad move on my part. Because I was there, I could have done it. I laughed at it. There's not many opportunities for people to make enough money to be able to comfortably retire, own their own home, get a car. Like a decent car, I mean. But it's also not about what you own, it's also about your experiences. So myself, it's like my main experience. Like, I've had some decent fucking girlfriends. I don't really care. Like, I've had a lot of fun. I don't have kids. Probably going through that midlife crisis sort of thing where I might actually consider it. But life is hard.
I can't hear you, Kaido.
Kai, try switching to another frequency and then back again.
Can you hear me now? I hear you. Hey,
The biggest problem. Ooh, fucking hell.
Administrator.
The biggest problem for me was the .com crash.
Waste our time with productivity
So
reports.
when I was doing my IT degree,
Come here before?
was like when the big crash happened,
Sure, loads of times. Profits drop, they send someone.
and everything got like outsourced to different countries.
Sometimes they just send someone to find out if they need to send someone.
So all the stuff that I wanted to do,
You heard right, Paulson.
I couldn't do.
Snooping around for union stuff.
Right? Yeah. Gotta be here a week, tops. These types have the attention span of a gopher.
That was many a moon
Move
ago.
on pretty quick.
what's a gopher?
Quiet. Boy, you better come visit sometime on Mars when you're done here.
I like the way that
One day,
AI is going.
We'll all go see them gophers. Whatnot. Keep that front of mind and don't fret none. Carry on now. Weaver out.
Yeah, it looks like this thing's actually mostly depressurized. That is a plus. That makes this easy. Yeah, like personally, like I think like AI is like awesome. I like programming and stuff like that. Like I don't even work like in the industry. Like the odd couple of things that I've needed to do when I'm programming, I've been able to jump on like chat with like GPT and stuff like that, and like just say, okay, this is what I want to do, or like even like just write up some like basic like code and say, okay, I now want to add this function. And, you know, like, it can fucking write up the function. Like, it might not get it right, like, you have to fix it, because it's wrong. But I don't think AI is ever going to replace programmers.
Valuable object process. Credit
Like, if it does, then basically, you know, you're still, like, maintaining probably the code. I had a bit of fun recently. I was writing up a bot to, basically like a chat bot. And like I was making like little games and stuff. I don't have much time to do it because like obviously like my work is like really hardcore in terms of hours. Like actually paying the rent sort of work.
object accepted for process.
But like in my spare time, like I was basically able to use AI to like write up some stuff that, you know, help me out in terms of like just, you know, talking on chat and shit. Okay, so this is the fun one.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
These engines are fun. Watch this. Oh yeah, yeah. Like what sort of RC? Like we're talking like planes or boats? Or like potentially making your own like remote control Bradleys.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually like that sounds pretty fun.
Salvage secured.
Clock's ticking now, Cutter. Get in there and hit that shut-off switch.
Here we go.
That's it, Cutter. Real satisfying when it comes apart like that, don't you think? I'll leave you to it from here. Weaver out.
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard risk high.
That's like me with gaming. That's why I stream. It's relaxing for me.
Salvage secured.
These ones are fun. I love these engines. Basically I'm pulling the engines out. These ones, they're like, imagine if you play like a 4X, like Space Sim, and like some ships have like longer range engines. These are the long range ones. So to... Whoop. That was close. So these ones, and I need to get some O2. One sec. I'm on fire. Ugh. Relaxing. Super relaxing. This is what I enjoy doing. So they're kind of like this particular class of ship. They have long range and like jump engines. So to be able to, I think I got it more. So to disconnect the engines, you don't need to disconnect the reactor first. You just basically gotta pull the cap off, cut the fuel lines, which immediately start catching on fire, then pull the cap out and then rush forward and hit the fuel flush, and that flushes the rest of the fuel out of it, so the whole ship doesn't go boom. I did catch on fire before that, so that was fun. They're big. They weigh nearly 7 tons. each panel.
5 minutes left, Cutter. How you use them is entirely
But there's a whole lot of money tied up in all that metal. I'm actually surprised I was able to do it with less upgrades though. Because like usually I've got more upgrades before I try and tackle these. You only get 15 minutes per shift. So that's the time limit. So there's about 4 minutes left. But I've already done a lot. Like I've made... I haven't actually made much money yet. But I will. The only thing is, these things are an absolute prick to feed into the where you get the money. So see if I can get that organized. I'm basically doing as much as I can so that next shift I can actually... Oh, they're actually moving quite quickly. The tethers should expire soon though, so it should only move a certain distance and then stop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, there we go. First one cut out. So I've got to feed these things into that. But if I do it wrong, then what happens is that the they'll get caught. That gets them away from the ship anyway. So looking inside the ship, it's mostly depressurized. There's one compartment that's still pressurized. So I got lucky there. It's kind of randomized a little bit. And after all that is done, all of these fuel things are still left. So I can cut them off and quickly get them in. As long as I don't accidentally blow up the ship, which is what will happen if I hit one of those fuel tanks.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
And if the ship blows up while I'm right next to it, I am so dead. These entire things can be salvaged.
There's 1 minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Basically, the way I look at things is, I know I have exceptionally bad luck. I was saying something about bad luck. It could have been worse. Trust me. That could have set off a fuel cascade and the whole fucking thing would have exploded. I've seen it happen before, right?
Good morning, Cutter 9346-.
I still got a little bit of time.
Today's weather report, clear and sunny.
I've seen it happen before when that has happened and the entire fucking thing has depressurized. Right, luckily there's no, like, that's why I checked to see if there was any air in it. I've done that and it depressurized and the entire ship, the whole fucking thing, flew into one of the furnaces. Like, it happened that quick. I died. Like, my entire spacesuit was perforated. My helmet was cracked and bleeding air, had holes in it, bleeding out, essentially. And get thrown away, like, at 500 miles an hour. But as I was, like, cartwheeling through space, I was watching the ship, and it actually went straight into the furnace. Like, the whole fucking ship. It was like a perfect fuck up. Like when you get like on a, I don't play golf, but like playing golf on like a par 3 and getting a hole in one, pretty much, but dying at the same time. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah. That's not even an oopsie moment, because, like, I can't figure out exactly why it happened. Like, I was shooting the laser away from the tank. I was deliberately aiming away from the tank so that any refraction would go off to the side. But I think it had to do with the proximity of my laser to the tank. So I was too close to the tank when I was doing it, and it clipped. I think that's what happened. Still, I'm still alive. That's the main thing. It just means I've got a bit of a mess to clean up once I get back to the ship. I'm looking at the red line just here. That's how much shit I just blew up. So there's still room for error. I've still got to get the reactor out. And it's got a power cell. Power cells are a little bit tricky to deal with. They didn't do like a tutorial on that. There's no tutorial. So deal with that. I'll show you how you do that. These ships will have like a couple of fuses in them. Yeah, exactly. So out of a value of 16 mil. But I'm not too worried about the money. I'm worried about the upgrade points. Because each ship should theoretically give me a certain amount of upgrades as I'm upgrading my gear. And what I do need is I need suit upgrades. I would have died before if I didn't grab the suit upgrade for like extra armor. Easy. Considering I'm doing a no death run, all of the suit upgrades are probably the most important. But I had to get like some basic ones like tethers and all that first. Because without like an increased like force modifier and that, I can't officially do it. Like it would take me hours. Chuck the bait back on charge in a sec. Oh yeah, she's nearly dead. I'm gonna put it on my USB-C. Alright, so the power's going to be tricky to deal with. Sorry for being so random.
Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored.
And my tethers. Yeah, my suit integrity is so low. Alright, so I've got to deal with a lot of exploded stuff. I'll deal with these later because they're easy. Well, they're not easy, they're actually hard, but I'm going to clean up a little bit after that explosion.
Credits for work.
Problem is, when things explode, it leaves a lot of shrapnel.
Awarded.
So there's probably things all around the place. Actually, it was pretty clean. That's the cleanest I've seen it. When that happens. Alright. Time to head inside. Problem is I don't want to get inside and have it like... Where's the reactor? This thing has a reactor somewhere. It's huge shit. There it is. Yep, it's right next to the crew compartment. That's dangerous. Right, let's go and check out the power first. Airlock should still work.
Airlock pressurizing.
There we go, perfect.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Still kind of an easy ship. Okay, so depressurized. So I should be able to cut my way out, then come back in through the airlock and will equalize. Fingers crossed. Oh, it's on the outside of the ship. Fuck. I've got to find another way out. Alright. All things depresh. So... the easiest way would be to just detach one side segment. Preferably not the one that's got the reactor on it. Right. Probably that one. Easy. Yeah, I just gotta go back in. And the entire ship should be depressurized.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yep. She's clear.
Object processed. Credits awarded.
Dive drive. Just wondering how I'm going to go from here. So the easiest way, now that the engines are all detached, we've still got to find the ECU. So it's got an energy grid. Yeah, so there'll be fuses somewhere inside the body of it. Technically, there should be. Might just be that power cell there. I'll have to have a good look around first before I cut anything. No, I actually think we're good. It's where we start making bank. It's just that energy cell there.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Cutter, your equipment durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools. When you see it happening, head on back to the hab and use a repair kit to fix them up.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
I've seen these explode off even when it's depressurized. So I'm just gonna sit to the side. Okay.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Shit.
Salvage
good.
destroyed. Please avoid damaging valuables.
Have to be kind of careful there because that could have spread fire
We're
through
looking
the ship.
at 5 minutes left in your shift, Cutter. Do what you do. Weaver out.
Oh, reactor. Basically, doing all this now means there's going to be a massive payday. So I'm getting it set up for me to just wreck it.
Valuable object accepted for processing. object. Applying credits to account.
You got about 1 minute till the yard goes dark, Cutter.
It's okay.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
Hey there, Rook. Saw that you found an old data drive while you were salvaging. Now, I'm a bit of a tech head and a history nerd, so I love these things. They're uncensored info. Sometimes it's junk, but sometimes it's gold. Either way, it's a more genuine view of the colonies than what you see on the garbage news networks. I'm sending you a data recovery program. You'll see it on your HAB terminal. Soaking in solar radiation mangles up the data pretty bad, but you can usually pull 1 or 2 intact files. Hopefully it'll give you a better sense of the wider world. Warts and all. Have fun. Later, Rook.
Alright,
Processing valuable object. Credit awarded.
I think I saw a pickup. Alright, let's start dumping some of this stuff now. Money time!
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Object processed. Transferring credits.
It's actually supposed to respond in a certain way, so you do that. There's ways to manipulate it in different axes. I don't use them very often.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
So, like you can do, say, for instance, a slingshot. It's kind of a bad one. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, like, say if I've got this piece here,
Deposit accepted.
I can go... I've got to be completely stationary to do it, but if I press down and forward, it's only going to move like that. But if I go right, so it doesn't move. But if I go up, it's probably not a good example. Certain parts can be changed easier. It actually reacts opposite to the way that you look. I'll try and find one that does it. There we go. Patch kit. Put that up. Right. So now look, console.
Credits awarded.
It's really light. It's like 2 kilograms. So you can actually get them to rotate. It's making a liar of me. Okay, so when I press forward, oh man, there's actually a way to do it. I've done it so many times, but I've done it by feel. I've got to figure out exactly how to do it.
Transferring
It's not as simple as it looks. Ah, there we go, see? So like where I've actually got it attached, like a big piece. So that's like that. If I go left, we'll actually rotate that side. Depends on how much mass it has. So if I go left, it will rotate left. Even though I'm just grabbing it and moving left.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Which can make it easier because you can angle it like this and just shoot stuff out. It's only for like bigger things. Doesn't have much of an effect on small things.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Deposit accepted for processing.
Might as well get this reactor done. There's no reason not to. Well, maybe fuel and oxygen ones. Yes. Okay.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
It
Applying credit.
was right there all along. Okay. Next time. I use it to manipulate stuff like this sometimes. Because you can actually, if you go, say, crouch down, go up, and then you can pull it forward.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits
This is one of those games where I really need to actually get like a keyboard map. So that you can actually see what I'm doing with my keys. Because I'm not just using like single keys, I'm constantly using different keys.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Aha, barge. That's right, it's a freighter.
All right, Cutter. You got about 5 minutes to fill your boots. 5 minutes left. Weaver out.
Now, one reason why I don't tether things to other things very often, like I only do it in very certain circumstances, is like if I go one there and then one there,
Salvage accepted.
it's only going to pull this one very slowly. So, like, I usually try to
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
the other option that I have is that I could always use like 3 tethers on something like that. So,
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
like, you can move it faster, but like the first one in the chain needs to be pulling harder. There is like, it's all physics. Like, this is like full-on physics. It's probably one of the best things about it. It's a great simulation.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Alright, I'm not going to be able to do this the easy way. Ooh, that's heavy. And the easy way was yesterday. I'm not going to be able to get that to clear it when I pull it out. Rip. Anyway, reactor lost.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Should be able to touch that. What the fuck have I done?
Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
60 seconds left to wrap things up, Carter.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Ah, there we go.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make...
If you're quick enough, it even goes and keeps the same tethers.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Alright, that's easy. Done. The reactors get more and more complicated, by the way.
Applied.
That was an easy one.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Because I disconnected it from its shielding.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So the shielding that it has, it depends on like whether it's connected to engines and power, and each device you disconnect it from increases the safety of pulling it out. But as soon as you disconnect it from the last device, the reactor goes into meltdown. And from that point, you've only got a certain amount of time to get it into the thing before it goes boom. Even when you actually pull it out, it sparks and stuff, so it can actually set off explosions. So you want to like have a clear path to pull it straight out every time. Like you don't want to manhandle it through like, say, a door. I've done that before though. I pulled most of the dangerous stuff out of the ship first before I even tried to pull it.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credit.
That's why it was easy. This particular model of ship is kind of... it's pretty easy to do. But it's only at the start of the game. I mean, like, I've probably... like, we're probably only about, like, 10%. Even though I've been playing for, like, maybe over 4 hours.
Caution. No tethers remaining.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
Alright. Nearly there.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Usually swing around a little bit more than they're correct. So like you want to kind of like aim so it won't get stuck on the edges or whatever. Because that could get jammed in this. And when it's sitting in there and it's jammed, you can't do anything to get it out. So you want it to go straight in every time. That's going to become more important because
Material deposited.
I've got 9 minutes to deal with these bits. These are the ones that give me troubles.
Accepted for processing.
So, as I said, they swing around early. So that might hit that edge there if I do this. So I'll actually do one that cancels.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
I basically just wanted to pull it towards that wall before I swing it around. That top one looks good. We're trying to do more than one at the same time there, that's the thing.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Looks good.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Welcome to Vintage 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
These ones might get stuck. Nah, I just made it. Yep, they're right.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goals fully completed. Rewards assigned. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Thank.
New certification level awarded.
Well, that's it. I reckon I'm going to call it there. That's enough for the day. I'll make sure I get to work tomorrow.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort.
I actually still
into
haven't
flames of
salvaged this
profitability.
before. We'll have to do that one day.
Cutter,
Alright.
I want to tell you, I'm mighty impressed by you. Remind me of me when I started. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Had big dreams of hitting the rails back then. Bought myself one of them classic armadillo rigs. Named the old girl Beulah, after my mother. Told you about my bad revive a while back. Another case of me and technology not getting on, I guess. Bottom line is,
You're welcome.
this body just
Yeah.
ain't fit for flying no more.
I kinda like being small though. So like, yeah, more viewers is great, but like I still don't want the channel to explode. Because I'm not just streaming on Twitch as well, it's also on YouTube, so...
That'll fit her out for gate travel, if you're so inclined. Anyway, that's it. She'll do more for you than me now. I'm just
Definitely should have more time to focus on doing stuff like streaming. And like doing actual quality streaming, rather than me just being like all angry. And shooting zombies or whatnot. Yeah, so thank you very much for watching, and thank you for the chat as well. It's been great to have a chat to say. There's not much of that around on the internet these days, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Still though, I will probably be AWOL for at least 2 or 3 days because I got so much shit I need to do around the house. So... Well, tomorrow's Friday for me. So, I got a lot of time to get things done. Unfortunately, I can't dedicate the weekend to streaming, which is what I'd like to do, because on top of doing this, and so far I haven't died yet, thank fuck. On top of that, I want to get into actually playing Baldur's Gate 3 properly. I still haven't... I think I'm only like in Act 2 or something in BG3. Act 2 or 3. Got Ghost Rider 2 coming out soon. That's going to be hilarious. And there's a lot of good games coming up, but I don't think my computer's going to be able to play a lot of the newer ones. That's the problem. But I will do what I can do. Alright, I hope you have a good night, and I shall catch you... probably... yeah. Definitely, if I'm streaming in the next couple of days, I'm doing something wrong. Because I got a lot of shit to do, so... yeah. Gotcha!